for tat. I see it now with the anti-Israel people that are like, we should just kill all the Israelis. And it's like, guys, this is the feedback loop. It's the Nazis and the Israelis and the Islamicists. And it's just like back and forth. The only thing that breaks it is to shatter it and go, I see exactly what you're doing. I'm not going to fall for it. I'm also not going to submit myself to you. You can shut the hell up and go away if you don't like it, but I'm not going to fall into the racial hatred that you're clearly intent on inspiring in the rest of us. It's not going to happen.
It's actually the exact same tactic that works on the schoolyard with a 7-year-old bully. It's really no different than when you are a child and a kid comes up and starts bullying another kid. And, parents watch this all the time. Teachers watch this all the time, that if the kid being bullied reacts to the bully, it creates this feedback loop of what the bully was actually looking for in the first place. And often the more manipulative and intelligent bullies actually can play off of that and can create these sort of manipulative cycles. Whereas the kid that's actually self-aware and is just like, oh, like whatever, dude.
Yeah.
Like that kid is unbullyable. And when you're talking about a whole nation, a mature nation, one of the greatest nations on earth, all it requires is for us to rise up and understand our power and understand the subversion that is happening within our midst, and to, excise, like burn out the rot that it is at the core, and to actually do something about these P-files that are in here, and to not submit to this, don't stop your free speech, don't stop talking about it, don't stop being a free citizen, but also be the type of free citizen that you'd want to be. Be a free American that fights for goodness and for righteousness, right?
And just don't be cowed by social pressure to lie. Or to not say what you know to be true. Also, don't cow to pressure to condemn people that don't deserve it. Just think for yourself, folks. And my classic saying: love everybody, trust nobody, and don't give anybody a pass, and don't target anybody for things that they can't control, like the condition in which they were born. Can you stay for another 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I feel like we're having a good time, and I want to go to a video again. In the beginning of the first 5,
I want to watch part of this video.
We'll watch the first 5. Y'all will want to watch all of it. I am very proud of this video, and maybe we'll show some clips from it. But certainly the first 5 do again give some context to what we're talking about here, the universal nature of this, and sort of the bipartisan way that this stuff is pushed. So Ian Curl will stick to all of it. I am very proud of this video, and maybe we'll show some clips from it. But certainly the first 5 do again give some context to what we're talking about here, the universal nature of this, and sort of the bipartisan way that this stuff is pushed. So Ian Curl will stay with me. Thank you for the next 30 minutes. I am going to be joined by Doc Pete Chambers in the 4th hour, so he'll be coming on at 2. But we'll continue to talk about Jeffrey Epstein, and also the way Jeffrey Epstein may himself have been responsible for the destruction of Palmyra, a famous ancient city of beautiful, irreplaceable treasures of humanity destroyed by ISIS. Likely Epstein was responsible for that, and we'll tell you about that. But we'll do a sneak preview of the 8th front on the other side. You got to go to thealexjonesstore.com. I'm doing such a bad job plugging because there's so much information. Thealexjonesstore.com. Go there. Get Ultramethylene Blue if you haven't tried it. Celebrate with us at thealexjonesstore.com/Harrison if you want to let him know he sent you. More Ian Carroll on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
We sell the best supplements, the widest selection of Patriot apparel, and knives at thealexjonesstore.com. And they've had some awesome daggers and awesome trench knives. That's all great. But I said, I want a wide selection of high quality folding knives, flip knives, you name it. So people have a one-stop shop. They got in a few thousand knives a few months ago. They sold out very quickly. 4 or 5 great designs. They had a bigger shipment in just the last few days. Our sponsor, just really top flight knives. These knives, this knife right here you see in the green, highest quality Damascus steel, all of it. These sell in stores for $75 all day. We're selling for $40, $40-something bucks. Okay, so look at that flip. Flips right out. Got a nice little, my signature on it, real small. Nice little memento. You support the broadcast. That is a really nice knife. It clips on your belt buckles. We have it in the green. We have it in the murdered out black. We have it also in silver without it being blacked out. Those are great knives. Those are the new designs. Now, those 200 left of the Skull Crusher World War II trench knife with the Spartan tip of the spear. So they held those back. Those are available. A little bit less they held back in their overstock of the Fire with Its Beauty. But this is a really cool knife. Alex Jones Phantom folding knife. Limited stock of that came back in. Also the Alex Jones Burnt Orange folding knife. And this is the knife that sold out the quickest fitting knife. They got 500 of these. 1,000 now just came in. The first one sold out like in hours. Alex Jones Ring Blade. Yes, those are popular. This is something I didn't really call for, but it's awesome. Got that ring on the back, got the deal. It's really nice. Those are all back in stock right now at thealexshowstore.com. While you're at it, get methylene blue, Irish sea moss, and more. And check out the Patriot Apparel, thealexshowstore.com. Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones.
I think there's another revolution coming. I tend to steer it along with the achievement of a broader peace. When history is within reach, Alex Jones. I think there's another revolution coming. I tend to steer it along with the achievement of a broader peace. When history is within reach.
So what Israel is fighting here is not merely a seven-front war, but an eight-front war. For the Jews against Rome. Rome and Jerusalem clashed over values with a great tragedy for the Jewish people. Well, we lost that one. But the new Rome, the United States, Jews against Rome.
We stopped playing defense and have moved to offense.
The weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well.
But we need the kind of genius that manufactured Apollo gold pagers and infiltrated Hezbollah for over a decade to prepare for this battle.
But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are in social media.
Because the next war will be decided based on how Israel and its allies perform online as much as offline.
This is the eighth front, the disinformation campaign.
It is actually this eighth front where enemies believe they can actually defeat the Jewish state.
This is the kind of ingenuity and inventiveness that have always been a hallmark of the state of Israel, that have always been a characteristic of the Jewish people. I know we can do it.
A lot of this is done with money.
Invested billions and billions of dollars in the information battlefield.
Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, faster.
We prohibit harmful stereotypes about Jewish people, such as claims that Jews control financial, political, or media institutions.
You're damn right we're going to cancel them and deplatform them.
We monitor them online, social media, messaging apps, video games, cryptocurrency,
Hitler admirers, Stalin admirers, Jew haters,
podcasts, short form video, Wikipedia, LLM.
American haters, Churchill haters.
We monitor these people and we share the intelligence with the FBI.
You think your stupid little podcast is going to change the world like hell it is?
Social media, this is the new battlefield.
You don't get to rap your psychotic, mental, unhinged Nazi.
We do not allow Holocaust denial and distortion.
And the most important purchase that is going on right now is
TikTok.
TikTok, number one.
For every 30 minutes that someone watches TikTok, they become 17% more anti-Semitic. So you have TikTok just smashing our young people's brains all day long with video of carnage in Gaza. Because anything that we try to say to them, they are hearing it through this wall of carnage. And I sound obscene.
Anti-Zionism is just Jew hatred.
We made a change.
We updated our policies
to designate the use of the term Zionist
to recognize that the term Zionist
as a proxy for a protected attribute
can be used as a proxy for Jews and Israelis.
As hate speech.
Why can't Israel be doing some sort of, counterintelligence?
Right now, the ADL is co-writing Sunday school curriculum.
Information warfare like this.
It's building the technology to train the LLMs more effectively.
Like a psychological operations in America.
As part of a robust framework to combat anti-Semitism, we have industry-leading policies designed with the safety of the Jewish community in mind.
You're right, we control the media. So what are you going to do about it?
You're going to bitch on Twitter? Like, okay. Meanwhile, we're going to control more of the media.
And working with OpenAI, with Alphabet, with Anthropic, with Meta, with Microsoft, we are working with them now to train the LLMs.
We also have, I think, over 24 Jewish organizations that are constantly feeding us intelligence and information.
So number one, we measure and track. Number two, we monitor and disrupt. We have a whole apparatus. I have 40 analysts working full-time, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, monitoring extremists.
Monitoring campuses, digital networks, activist groups, and public officials.
We have several PhDs on staff. We have a network of academics and scholars we work with around the country.
I've talked to the leaders of AI in the world, and you ask yourself, there's so many blessings in this, but there could be a curse.
First thing a country needs to do is to unify all of their data so it can be consumed and used by the AI model.
We need to invest in intelligence to understand who are the anti-Semites, who's funding them, what's their plan, who are the leaders. And then once we have that, we can define who is an enemy we can attack.
All right, find that full video on my X at Harrison H. Smith. More with Ian Carroll on the other side.
Energy shots have been all the rage for decades because they really work. But most of them are full of dyes and toxic stimulants and have huge crashes. We set out to develop a product at thealexjonestore.com that has all the very best adaptogens, nootropics to biohack your body and not just help your brain, but every cell in your entire body. We've done it, ladies and gentlemen. Mind Fuel is next level with no letdown, no crash. It is very strong. So I take half the shot in the morning, half in the afternoon, and it's just amazing. And again, the effects go on for days and days and days because these are super nutrients that are in Mind Fuel. The time I have here, I can't tell you all the incredible ingredients. So go to thealexjonestore.com and look at what is in it. And of course, proprietary herbal ingredients as well. Go now to thealexjonestore.com and secure your Mind Fuel and be the reason we'll always be on the air. Thank you so much for your support. If you love our other products, you're going to love Mind
Fuel. Discover trends and global developments years before they happen, right here on The Alex Jones Show.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is The Alex Jones Show. I'm your host, Harrison Smith, sitting in for Alex today. Ian Carroll has been kind enough to lend us more of his precious time. Ian Carroll can be followed on X at Ian Carroll Show and canceliancarroll.com. You also have the Buyer app, which is fantastic. But I do want to take a moment, and forgive me, to talk about some of the products we have at thealexjonestore.com. Because I have not done a good job plugging today. Optimal Human is a superfood greens drink mix. There are lots of these, they're all pretty popular. This is the best. This is the best one. It's Optimal Human. It's a green drink. It tastes like green tea. I put a scoop in, glass of cold water, and lemon juice. Add a little lemon juice to it. It's actually delicious. And it's
actually wicked with it.
It's really good.
What it does. Yeah, it transforms the whole flavor. It's delicious.
It is. It tastes like a good green tea, and it's refreshing. It's not something that, you're going to drink and it tastes like powder.
I like slipping a little energy drink into my greens too. I do a little lemon juice, a little energy drink with a scoop or two of that.
That might be too much because actually what happened was I had this at home and I was like, I haven't been eating very healthily today. I'll take a scoop. But the problem was I did it at like 8 o'clock at night and I was up till 4 in the morning. I didn't realize how much energy this stuff gives you. So if you can handle it, maybe take it at night, but maybe in the morning is better because it really gives you incredible energy. And it's from Optimal Human. It's available at thealexjonestore.com. And we also have a new product from Optimal Human that we can hardly keep on the shelf. Mind Fuel Nootropic Energy Shot, also from Optimal Human. It's just a fantastic caffeine-free, sugar-free, no jitters energy shot. And we got a couple of boxes of these into the office and then they all disappeared. The next day, there were like none of them because everybody was plundering them. So you want to try one, you can have one. But we're not supposed to be drinking these because we keep running out because we love the products. And you will too. TheAlexJonesStore.com. Keep us on the air, keep us in the fight, and really help yourself. It is a true 360 win, fantastic products. And it goes to support this singular outlet for truth, justice in the American way. Infowars.com. Go to thealexjonestore.com to support us. Now, we just showed a little clip, about 5 minutes from a longer compilation that I did that again, I just tried to use people's own voices as they talk about. In the beginning, I just found it so sort of disturbing that you have Benjamin Netanyahu saying, we're going to fight Rome again, and America is the new Rome. And it's just like, this is not good. It's not all right. It's not okay that we have these people like Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL with this like unquestionable position to direct the FBI in America. I mean, it's crazy. And the whole video is about 15 minutes long. You've only seen a third of it. You can go to my Twitter at Harrison H. Smith and watch it. It's my new pinned tweet. But this is it. It's sort of like they're coming out in the open. And in fact, there's a clip at the end that if you watch this, it's going to blow your mind. But it's a guy who runs the Tikva Fund, if you're familiar with that. And he says, in no uncertain words, he says, basically, this whole American Jewish experiment is over. And he says, Jews have never been normal. And for a couple decades, we've been able to live in comfort in America. But that was a holiday from our destiny. And it's time to reclaim our destiny and remember that being Jewish is the most important thing. And so it's this declaration to his fellow Jews saying, abandon America, forget America. You're on our team, not the American team. And I find that really sickening from a fellow American.
Absolutely. And it's, I'm told it's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that Jews would be more loyal to another nation rather than their own. We had that very much drilled into us. It's actually being slow walked into law in America that if you suggest that is illegal. And so it's not only is it a betrayal of his own country, and not only is it a betrayal of American values, and a betrayal of their own word to everyone else about what they wanted, how they wanted to be treated in the global community, but it's also kind of a betrayal to other Jews, because that's the thing about being a diaspora community, is that all Jewish people are reliant on each other for how they're going to represent their diaspora community. And if all Jewish people are good Samaritans that get along well, that are great, members of their communities and their nations that they live in, then that's great. And they're all welcome citizens and all that. But if there's a whole bunch of them that are actually being loyal to another nation, that are subverting the nations they're in, that are running pedophile sexual blackmail rings, then they're actually subverting their own national identity as Jewish people abroad and ruining it for all the other regular Jewish people. And it's horrible.
Absolutely. And it's a lie, by the way, this idea that like, oh, America was good for us, but that's going away now. And we have to, you have to flee to Israel. I mean, there are multiple people, again, billionaires, heads of companies that are saying, literally, they're saying you can stay in New York and be a part of the dying empire, or you can come to Israel and be a part of the rising empire. And it's like, that is such a betrayal of America. And it's not true about this idea that like, oh, well, it's just, we're going to, Jews are not safe in America anymore. That's not true. Now, if you have a bunch of Jewish leaders like openly talking about trying to destroy America, okay, it's not going to go well for you. But that's them. That's Eric Cohen of the Tikva, the president of the Tikva Foundation.
It's such a self-fulfilling prophecy. Right?
Exactly. So it's a lie. Jews have been treated amazingly in America for their entire existence here. And it's been a great thing. But now these people basically want to convince you that you have to flee with them and give your power to them and invest in their companies because, it's too dangerous in America. It's a lie.
They're the protected class in America right now. They're the ones that have speech laws protecting them. They're the ones that have the DOJ investigating people that say mean things about Jews on college campuses in random places. They are very much the ones that are running the show right now in terms of their cultural dominance. So it's like, no, it's not that America is becoming inhospitable to you. Like, yeah, America's waking up to, things like this and things like those statements, things like that these, Jewish billionaires and elites are saying, but like being treated just like everyone else. I'm sorry. Yeah. If that's the big downfall is, oh no, you have to be treated like everyone else. You have to be equal in America, the land of equality. Boo-hoo. Maybe America's not for you. Maybe you should move back to Israel and go and do your own little thing over there. Just don't come over here and tell us how to live our lives and what we can and can't speak about.
Exactly. And look, this applies not just to Jews, but to everybody. I'd say the same thing. Somalis, and of course, it's the same thing that Black Lives Matter will do is they tell black people, oh, everybody they might seem nice at first, oh, the white people might act nice to your face, but they all hate you behind the scenes. Actually, everybody in America is super racist and they're just hiding it from you. I mean, it is a well-developed strategy of racial inclusivity and exclusivity that is very useful to people who don't want humanity united.
And it is repeatedly used by subversives.
100%.
Be those intelligence agencies, crime groups, other factions. It's COINTELPRO 101. Group people up, divide them on race, divide them on all these other things. Anything but class. Divide them on anything but class. Because, can't have people looking up at our overlords that are trafficking our children. It's concerning and uplifting to watch America kind of wake up to this Israel question all at once, and it's happening in rapid succession. It's a little uncomfortable because it can go so many ways wrong, and it's inspiring Israel and wealthy and powerful Jewish people to do a lot of erratic and dangerous things with their influence and power.
Which is so strange, because literally, if I could sit down with some Jewish billionaires and talk to them, I'd be like, the solution is very, very simple. Help America. We use your incredible influence and money to like help the average American do better. But like when all of that influence,
when they think that Americans are scum that are not full souls, if they have that same belief that Jeffrey Epstein and his buddies were elucidating in those email correspondences, that is a huge roadblock to them uplifting America at all, helping Americans for any reason, right?
Yeah. So, hoisted by their own petard, I guess, screwed by their own ideology.
You would think it would be very simple to just be good people.
Yeah.
Being good people would solve a lot of problems around here. But apparently that's too hard for some of these people.
And especially, it just feels weird, because I don't like, it's like the token Jew or whatever. But there are so many good examples of Jewish right-wingers, Mike Cernovich, Dave Smith, who just like, it's like, this is not hard. This is not a difficult mindset to accomplish. Like Cernovich, he's Jewish. He says the racism Jeffrey Epstein had for white people is evident throughout his emails. This won't get reported on much, but search Goy.
It's straight out.
Yeah, it's not used to denote a non-Jewish person. It's a slur. Ethnic and racial hatred in all forms should be called out. That is not a hard thing to say. I thank Mike Cernovich for saying that, but everybody should. It's not even like it's weird that this is unique and special and like should be pointed out and celebrated, because everyone should feel this way about everyone. But unless you got anything else, I want to move on from this topic because there's so much other stuff. We
can talk about this topic for
years. Yeah, we can
on it forever.
Enough of that.
Probably will. I mean, I'll keep talking about it on my show. I'm sure you'll have more sections about it too. Let's get into some more interesting stuff too.
Yeah, because there is some absolutely insane stuff from these Epstein files, and this one I find, out of all the crimes, I mean, there are some horrific crimes out there. This one to me is a crime against humanity that's really unparalleled. Mossad agent Epstein in the U.S. helped ISIS. This is from Syrian Girl at Partisan Girl on X. Epstein wrote that Turkey gave Jabhat al-Nusra advance notice, and the U.S., quote, gave a pass to ISIS during its move on Palmyra, Syria. They didn't just give it a pass. They actually bombed the Syrian army when the Syrian army tried to stop ISIS. Palmyra and its ancient ruins were destroyed, and the head of the architectural museum was beheaded. So, I mean, the crew can look up the Palmyra ruins. I mean, these were a treasure of antiquity that were allowed to be destroyed by the cultural arsonists of ISIS. And Epstein and the U.S. and his handlers in Israel were directly involved in allowing ISIS, because they were so mad that Bashar al-Assad, would stand up to Israel, that I guess we have to destroy these truly priceless treasures of antiquity, this inheritance of humanity, gone forever. Because of Jeffrey Epstein and his ilk.
I mean, it also highlights this very questionable relationship between ISIS and Israel keeps coming up, right? Where, you start to wonder, wait a minute, why doesn't ISIS ever attack Israel? Why are they always attacking the people that you would expect to be on their team? Why are they working together behind the scenes? You can dig down that rabbit hole for yourself if you want. But one thing that this story highlights, not only the tragedy of loss of life, the tragedy of the loss of the cultural like relics that can never be gotten back, is it's a pattern. It highlights a pattern that has become more and more apparent as each email drop has come out, all the way like starting with the Ehud Barak email drops, and then through each of these Epstein drops. There's just more and more stories where what used to be portrayed as, oh, he's just a lone pedophile that just was into Victoria's Secret models, actually was like an international spy that was doing arms deals in Ivory Coast. He was doing deals in Mongolia. He was doing deals around Syria. He was all over the world with the ex-head of Israeli military intelligence and former Prime Minister Ehud Barak, doing very much Israeli spy military stuff.
Yeah, for sure. And again, the way I was describing it, I mean, spy, mobster, whatever you want to call it. But, you watch The Sopranos and it's like, what is Tony Soprano's job? He goes into the office of a politician and says, I need $1 million. Give it to me or the blackmail goes out. I mean, that's his job. That's what he does. So it's like, we're like, how is he tied into all of this? Well, he's a fixer. I think it was Alex I can't remember if it was Alex or you that called him a switchboard operator. Basically, he was the connection. He had all of the phone numbers. He had all of the connects, so he could connect anybody to anybody. So you needed weapons, you went to Jeff. He could connect you to the weapons guy. It's just what he did. He was a freewheeling, not a free agent because he had bosses, but could go anywhere, be anything to anybody. He was a spy in the same way that James Bond. When he goes to investigate Le Chiffre, he's a professional poker player. When he goes to this place, he's a industrial magnate. It doesn't matter. It's whatever role he needs to fill. He's an actor at the end of the day. An actor for
Actually, you bring us
criminals.
to a really interesting point here. Let me just check. Yeah, we have enough time to talk about this because the huge elephant in the room is actually what Jeffrey Epstein was best at and what his actual core primary job was, which was money laundering.
Right.
Like Jeffrey Epstein was the money guy. And it's, some journalists kind of were onto this earlier than others over the years. It took certain amounts of disclosure for it to really become more and more transparent and clear. But for the longest time, the question was, where did this guy get his money? What was his skill set? And why was he valuable to these people? Why was he interacting with all these people? And it became more and more obvious over the years in the various disclosure drops that his skill was complex financial instruments being used to launder money. And back in the early days, that was like derivatives and things like CDOs, the kinds of derivatives that were used during the 2008 financial collapse. He had a whole bunch of CDO companies, often offshore, tax havens in the Bahamas and stuff. That mysteriously disappeared right before the 2008 financial collapse. But then he also got really good at using charities and charitable foundations and 501c3s and all these different structures. He was a master, apparently, at extremely complex movements of money through all these different strategies, and to such an extent that he was referring people, like some of the most powerful people in the world, he was referring them to JP Morgan for banking services, which is quite the euphemism there. And so you start to realize, you start to put two and two together, and you realize that he's referring them because he is the money guy. He is getting them connected into this money laundering network. And when you start to look at all the people that he referred, all the people that he worked with, and those connections, you start to ask the question, wait a minute, how much money was flowing through, like not staying in his account, but flowing through his various networked accounts? And I would suspect, in my own opinion, I would suspect that it is billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. And I would bet that if this disclosure is slanted in any direction, it's slanted towards all the salacious pedophilia to get you to ignore all the money, because all that money is still flowing. And all like Sergey Brin, founder of Google, Larry Page, founder of Google, Elon Musk tried to get it. I don't know if Elon Musk actually wound up getting the full referral. A bunch of these guys are getting referred to JP Morgan. Benjamin Netanyahu got set up with JP Morgan through him. Ehud Barak did. All sorts of people, like many, many, many very powerful billionaires. And so I can't help but wonder, what are those money flows doing today? What is the money laundering status with these various operations that were flowing through him today? And why is none of the mainstream reporting talking about the money and talking about the banking and talking about all that back end? Because, follow the money, you'll find the real deal in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just too obscure and occult for the average person to sink their teeth into. Because obviously, hearing, did you torture the woman? A lot easier to just sink your teeth into that than he was transferring this. So I wonder, is there a way to make the case that no, you should be paying attention to this. This is where the power, truly lies. Make that in a way that's as compelling, maybe not as compelling, but
it never will be.
Never will be, right?
It never will be as compelling, and another be
but it's more
as
important.
Good of a story. But yeah, I think that the onus falls to journalists to do that. And this is stuff that I'm trying to dig into over the next couple months. And I've been focusing a lot on it over the last couple months, of just digging apart everything we know about the money and about the money trail, the various banking institutions that he was working with, the various shell companies he had set up. Because as a journalist, if you can get that thread to link up to the next big piece of the story, then it can become compelling enough to tell it in a way that's like, oh, guys, get this. This is crazy.
Yeah.
But without the linkages, it's just a bunch of complex shell companies, which is what money laundering is. It's like obscuring the money flows through a bunch of complex stuff that is just hard to track. So I'm not sure what is on the other end of that. And I know there's a bunch of good journalists digging into it, and I hope they don't stop. I'm going to personally not stop, because this is salacious and this is important, and all of the trafficking and abuse is critical to expose and to talk about. But if you don't also uncover the money flows, then the actual system is going to stay in place.
Right.
The actual abusive networks, the organized crime networks, everything that this was built on top of was the money. And so it's like fixing the rash, but not fixing the disease that caused the rash in the first place.
Well, and the money is also the way you ingratiate yourself with everybody, right? Is everybody's going to come to you and want to be your friend because you're sitting there going, I think I've got $5 billion I want to spend on something. Gee, I wonder what it'll be. And so, that's what people are like, how does he know all these people? He's hanging out with scientists, whatever else. I think you're right that, obviously he was the money guy and he was very involved in all of that. And you do see little hints of that throughout this. But also he was like the science guy. He was like, he was hanging out with Bill Gates and Stephen Hawking. And, he was trying to portray himself as this science dude. Really, he's just like trying to like clone sex slaves. He's just the creepiest dude ever. But it's the money that allowed him to ingratiate himself in that. And it's like, people are like, why are they hanging out with this Israeli spy? It's because he didn't say, hey, I'm an Israeli spy. He said, hey, I've got $1 billion. Maybe I'll invest it, come to my island. And suddenly they're on tape with somebody doing something. And half their company belongs to Epstein. It's very convenient.
It's when you actually trace all of the different tech companies he was involved with or funded, all the different scientists that he was working with, all the different institutions like MIT, Harvard that he was tied into. When you actually trace all of those threads forwards, you realize that his network and this corruption, this rot, is actually ingrained very deeply into a lot of institutions and companies and government systems that we rely on today, like Palantir. It's getting more and more exposed every day that Peter, at first it was, he talked to Peter Thiel once at one dinner. And then it was, he invested with Valor Ventures just a little bit. And then it was like, they're like emailing a lot. They like met a lot. They were like telling jokes back.
And then we played the audio today where he's describing Palantir and Peter Thiel to Ehud Barak.
Crazy. It's like they can run an international child sex trafficking ring, but they can't spell.
They can't spell Palantir.
They spelled it 4 different ways within like 30 seconds. It's like, dude, you guys are not that smart sometimes. Like, what's going on?
It is pretty crazy. And then there's this. I don't know if we have time to fully deconstruct this, but in this email, Epstein says Davos can replace the UN, cyber, crypto, genetics, international coordination, which is more or less exactly what's happening with Trump, BlackRock, Elon Musk, Palantir, the technocracy, AI governance, transhumanism, and ultimately rebranding the New World Order into something of a more MAGA palatable operation, as I've been saying. That is why Trump was a keynote at the World Economic Forum. See, I don't agree with that, but the Board of Peace, the Gaza Smart City, absolutely ties into that. And we have the emails from before. I think it was it Larry Ellison talking to Ehud Barak about how Marco Rubio and Tony Blair need to meet up together. Now Marco Rubio and Tony Blair are like the two people in charge of the Gaza Board of Peace, which is starting to serve as like a technocratic control system, New World Order structure. So
corporatocracy.
Pretty interesting. Epstein is saying, who needs the UN when Davos can replace it, has the same level of international coordination.
And it's also very... it's just in line with like, let's try to run the world.
Yeah.
It's very, let's run the whole world. And, that's supposed to be a conspiracy theory. It's supposed to be a conspiracy theory that there's a elite pedophile network that's like trafficking children and running the world. And yet we have an elite pedophile network that's tied into all these governments. It's all these billionaires, all these tech executives, and they are trying to run the world objectively. And they're like he's literally saying, I represent the Rothschilds and the Rothschild power. And so when you look at Davos, when you look at, the various groups he names there, it's just very... The conspiracy theorists are vindicated in so many ways. Whether you're talking about like the old school cats like the David Ickes that have been here since like before Davos was even like in its prime. I don't know if David Icke is that old, but like we have all the way from the days of the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations through Davos today. And Davos is in many ways kind of feels a little in decline now. And
it is, Well, they're reorganizing, redesigning their
representative kind of faction there.
But they brought Larry Fink on. I mean, it seems like they really transferred away from like, no, we're just loving and we want to help the earth. So like help. Then they're just like, screw it. Put Larry Fink in charge. We're going to exploit all of you to death. I mean, that really, and of course, in Europe, it's like Macron, ex-Rothschild banker, Frederick Merz, ex-Goldman Sachs banker. You've got Keir Starmer was the guy who covered up the pedophile rape gangs in the UK. It's like they just
brought up Mark Carney over to Canada too.
And Mark Carney, former Bank of England. Exactly. I knew I was missing one. Yes, they're all former bankers. So it seems like they're like, we're done ruling from the shadows. We're just going to sit on the throne now.
It does feel like that. It feels like we're at a time of acceleration, and I'm sure that they know why we're accelerating. I don't think that we necessarily know why. But I think that everyone kind of agrees when you look at the pattern, something is accelerating and it's sketching me out. AI is accelerating. Their pace is accelerating. Geopolitics is accelerating. I don't know what it means, but
I don't know what it
staying
means either.
frosty as heck.
Yeah, but it feels like we have the initiative. It feels like for the first, I mean, they would have false flagged if they knew this was coming. It feels like this has, at least for a brief period, set them back on their heels, which means we need to be driving forward with everything we've got. They're off balance. They're scattered. Run them down, folks. Ian Carroll, incredible stuff. Ian Carroll Show on X.
I have told the folks at Bigley, I said, I want to have the widest selection of combat daggers, trench knives, folding knives, you name it. They're high quality brands you buy in bulk that are very competitively priced. And then sports broadcasters. I love knives. I know you love knives. They have finally gotten a whole bunch of the knives that were sold out back in. And they've gotten a bunch of new, really nice flip knives that I went out and told them what brands I liked, what was going on, and they were able to get it. And so a bunch of the knives that sold out a few months ago, they're back in. And then these bad boys right here. I mean, these are absolutely amazing. Flip really easy and locks for you. This is forest green, murdered out. It's got my little signature on it, so it's a little piece of history. This is a great knife. This knife sells in stores for $75 all day long. We're selling it for 40-something and even bigger discounts. 50% off right now. So somebody's not as low as $20 a piece. It's a great memento. It's a great gift for your friends and family and a folks operation. Go there now. You've got also the murdered out black, and I love how it's that Kydex, and it's got that real fine engraving on it, so it gives you that great feeling, that great. But I got sent hundreds of knives from dozens of companies, and I'm the one that chose all these. And these are from really good companies, really good quality. It's just a great deal. And so do your knife shopping at thealexjonestore.com. But let me tell you what's back in stock. We have the new ones, Alex Jones Blackout Folding Knife, 7.65 assisted opening. Folding knife, 3.5 high carbon Damascus blade, 1095 plus 515 N20. This is all quality. D2 steel, black PVD coating, and stonewash finish, 3.3 millimeter black thickness, black G10 handle for a secure grip, 15.5 millimeter handle thickness for confident hand feel, ball bearing pivot system for smooth deployment. It's a nice quality knife. All black, blackout finish. I call it murdered out. Fast, decisive, assisting, operating, limited production. Look for ourselves out. And then we've got the same knife, but it's silver blade folding knife. If you like that, it's got a nice little hook on the end. So you tie things. The forest green folding knife that is my close second. Really a sexy knife. Same as the other one. It's just got that forest green. Call it forest. It's kind of like an in between forest and olive. Nice. It's got Border Patrol. I call it Border Patrol green. Let's change the name Border Patrol green. That's actually what it is. This bad boy. These all sold out. They always hold back a few hundred in case orders come in later or whatever. So Tip of the Spear, Spartan, trench knife with brass knuckles, murdered out, and the skull crusher. A few hundred of those. They held back a few of these. They sold out. They let 200 left. Limited edition. That comes out. It's a little different. Skull crusher this big. Alex Jones Phantom folding knife. This has been sold out. They only got 500 of these the first run. Sold out in one day. It is back. We got 1,000 of them. And it's just a great knife. Really sleek, really strong, very well made. And you've got it in orange. Alex Jones burnt orange folding knife. I like that. Now we've got the Alex Jones ring blade. This sold out the quickest last time. That's an amazing product. And they're up to 50% off right now at thealexjonestore.com. While you're there, it's most ethylene blue.
But to add a home boat.
The very best supplements in the world. Nope. Right back. Thanks for funding the Second American Revolution worldwide.
Yeah. Going first. No.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones.
We're unloading stock product.
84 is 1776. You're listening to the Alex Jones Show.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Alex Jones Show. I'm your host,
True
Harrison.
associates.
Coming to you live this Monday afternoon from the American headquarters here in Austin, Texas. We still have a lot to talk about. We're going to move away from the Epstein files because they are not, in fact, the only thing happening in the world. They might be the most interesting and important, but far from the only thing. And there is some incredible developments happening in the continent of Europe. Incredible, not in a good way, in actually a horrifying and disturbing way, because it appears as though the rulers of Europe have decided to no longer pretend that they actually care about the indigenous people of Europe, and have actually just fully embraced replacement migration, the Great Replacement, or put another way, European genocide, the eradication of a people and their memory from the earth. It's horrifying, but absolutely in your face at this point. We have a couple of examples. Let's go first to clip number 12. This is
Trio ways in every country of the world, huh?
Leader of the French far-left political party called La France Insoumise, I guess. So here's someone from France, a European party leader from France, basically saying, embrace the genocide, embrace your own death. The Great Replacement is here. Embrace it. Let's watch. It says this to embody new France, that of the Great Replacement, that of the generation that replaces the other, because it's been like that since the dawn of time. And that's not because there were 10 crazy in the corner who all of a sudden were afraid of being replaced with their own children.
It's been over 10 years.
Share their fear. Do you see what he's saying?
Over 10 years.
I talk about gaslighting.
That's a new.
He's saying you're afraid of being replaced. You're going to be replaced with your own children, so isn't that the same?
I've waited time and a half.
Is it handing my inheritance down to my children, the fulfillment of every human drive, since the dawn of time? If you're going to hand off your stuff to your progeny, why wouldn't you just hand it to
Besides,
from
they violated my constitution.
It's basically the same, right?
They violated my constitutional rights, so it's time for a rehire.
The genetic line passed down for 2,000 years that you continue to get, or it can just be taken by some dude from Mauritania. And that's the same, I guess. And I guess you're crazy. It's almost like they're trying to portray just wanting to exist in your own country as some sort of existential rejection of death or something. It's like, no, the nation is the nation. We hand it down to our children. What am I having to explain right now? What am I trying to elucidate? What is going on? That I'm trying to explain that handing your nation to your children is not the same as your nation being occupied by a bunch of hostile foreigners? Do I need to explain this? What the hell is going on? And what type of psychopath tries to psyop an entire nation of people into their own demise? It is beyond sickening. And obviously there's going to be, and there already is starting to be, a corresponding equal and opposite reaction to these calls. But it is
that water's hot.
Totally what the hell is going on? I'm actually speechless about the fact that we are now at this point where the people of Europe are being told by their own politicians to embrace their liquidation, essentially. I've got a video out of France about this as well, but let's go to clip number 42 here, because this is gaslighting 101. This is if you wanted to learn how to gaslight, if you didn't know what gaslighting was, this is the dictionary definition. It's so crazy what you're about to see. You're about to see a grown-ass Muslim man in the UK trying to gaslight a 14-year-old who just is having none of it. And God bless him, we need more kids like this. This is gaslighting to a degree that I'm offended. Let's watch this.
How many English people do you see right now? English or not? Oh, brother, I don't know. Nah, not because they're not white. They just look a bit weird, innit? What does that mean, though? That's the problem. We have this situation where everyone's going to vote for a party far right to say these people are bad, this is the problem, but it's far more complicated than that. It's a socio-economic problem. I just want my country back. What country though? I'm old, 15. I'm 38. No, I'm 14. The country's been the same, my boy. Honestly. I don't know. It's scary because on TikTok, Insta, YouTube, you get all these like sound bites that are really pushing you to one perspective. You've got your own mind. You can do. No, this is my own mind. I just don't like immigrants. Why though?
What experience do you have in American Patriot?
I don't know. You've heard yourself. You're a subversive worm. Why would anybody like you? Why would anybody want you to be anywhere near their country? So a couple strategies on display here for our investigation. First, he tries to deconstruct basic reality by forcing the kid to arrive at a definition that is unnecessary and that he can likely pick apart. We see this strategy absolutely everywhere. And especially with white people. I mean, sort of the classic case, right? It's like, there's no such thing as white, there's English, and there's German, and there's Irish. Like, so which one are you? And it's like, okay, I'm English. It's like, well, English, I mean, there were different groups that all came to English. So what is that? It's just like, it's just this deconstructionism. It's just a strategy. It's rhetoric. It doesn't mean anything, right? He says,
all right.
You know, the kid says, look around, I don't see any English people. The guy's like, well, what does English mean? What does that mean? What did define that? And of course, the definition is English people, people of English heritage, people whose families have been here for 10,000 years. He knows what it means. Everybody knows what it means. It's gaslighting. It's making you feel crazy because you're using words that everybody knows the definition of, and they're like, what? Who is English? What does that even mean? How can you define it? And, you know, so what do you say? Well, people born here? He's like, well, I was born here. Like, okay, well, people whose parents were born. English people, I don't know, but by forcing, like, well, why don't you define that? And then whatever the definition is, he'll be able to pick apart. And at the bottom of it, which you have to understand, is that what he's saying is that you don't exist. English doesn't exist. England doesn't exist. The English people don't exist. It's like the most offensive thing you could possibly imagine. The gaslighting is just, again, completely off the charts, bonkers madness. But then he, you know, as if the kid has to justify why he wants his country to exist in the first place. That's another aspect of the gaslighting, to impose upon you that you have to justify your continuing existence. It's not enough for you just to say, it's my country and I want my country to continue to be my country. It's like, well, why? Why should you be allowed to do? No, you don't have to give them a reason because it's your country. Okay, so it's another aspect of the gaslighting taking place. He's like, how old are you? Kid's like 15. He's like, well, it's been like this the whole time. As if, A, we can't understand the world that came before. Yeah, England has been under demographic assault for 30 years. But we have video from the 1980s. We have video from the 1990s. We can see what the UK was like. This kid is homesick for a place he's never been. This kid is desperate to return to a homeland that he's been exiled from in perpetuity. It's horrifying, but that's exactly what's happening. And again, it's just, but then the gaslighting, you know, piece de resistance, their favorite thing to do is to say, you've been psyoped into this belief. First, they're going to say that there's no such thing as English, that you have to define that. And whatever your definition is, I'm going to pick apart and try to convince you that English doesn't exist and you're a racist for thinking that it does. Ridiculous. But then if you just say, well, I'm English and I want everybody around me to be English, I want England to be English, they say, well, you know, first of all, what does that mean? Second of all, why? Second of all, justify it. Justify to us why you deserve to continue living. Okay? That's horrifying. And then if you say, well, I just don't like immigrants or whatever it is, I prefer to live around my own. If you do justify it, then they basically say, well, you can't. You're not allowed to do that. And you didn't come up with that. And you've been indoctrinated into this. And you don't even understand what you think. It's because Instagram, the algorithms have convinced you.
Come on, get back. Whatever.
This view. The fact that their view, their party is the ultimate goal of every brainwashing psychological operation out there right now. And yet this kid is able to withstand it. This kid is able to see through it and resist it. And so he's told, you're the one that's propagandized. You're the one that's been, mind controlled by Instagram algorithms. It's so insulting. It's so offensive. And I can't say what I want that man to have done with himself. I just at a certain point, you got to look to the old ways, England. You have to reclaim your sovereignty. You have to go to the edge of the lake and pray for the lady to hand Excalibur to a worthy champion and then rain death upon your enemies. It's like it's time. It's time now, actually.
From being very vocal on social media and on these programs against illegal immigration and against these migrant hotels. It is my belief that the government is facilitating the rape and the murder. The American, I know, looking at us in horror. How can you put these people amongst your women and children in your communities? It simply does not make sense. This can be stopped and it must be stopped. One incident is enough. I'm putting one incident nearly every day on my social media of a rape, a sexual assault, and now we've got brutal murder. This country is in a death spiral and we need this government to do it. But with a human rights lawyer as our Prime Minister, nothing is going to get done.
All right. Well, and again, it's just what type of world we live in where that most basic sentiment is like revolutionary. No other country in the history of the world would voluntarily bring in 1 million rapist barbarians. Like, what? No. Let me explain. No other country would ever do that. Sex pest targeted 2 women on the train in terrifying ordeal before sexually assaulting one, but is spared jail after judge is told he has, quote, no friends in the UK. Oh, but he doesn't have any friends, so I guess it's okay he rapes people. Great. And the case that I was talking about, the judge decided that the jury should not know that he's an asylum seeker. So they'd hide actually the fact that these are foreign men doing this and attempt to get them off of the charges.
Don't even tell the jury.
Okay, let's go to clip 21 here. We heard from France and them saying they're embracing the Great Replacement because, hell, you're going to hand your country to your children, right? Why not hand them to your enemies? It's basically the same. You're handing it to somebody, right? And that's the thing that matters. Just completely insane. Let's go to Spain here. The Spanish far-left party admits at an event that she's in favor of replacing the native population with foreigners. Let's watch. Does it want to speak to you about?
We're about to slaughter us some globalist vampires, aren't we? And some sand niggers and some kikes might get caught up in the process. That would be Jewish mafia members, not good Jews, not God-loving Jews. So, anyway, that's how I feel. Thank you.
Migrants and radicalized people, please don't leave us alone with so many right-wingers. And of course, we do not. Well, we do want them to vote. Of course, we have achieved papers, regularization already, nationality to change the law so they can vote. Of course, I hope. Replacement theory. Hopefully, we can sweep this country of right-wingers and racists with migrant people and hardworking people. Of course, I want there to be a replacement of right-wingers, replacement of racists, replacement of scroungers. We can do it with the working people of this country. Whatever skin color you have, whether it's black, Chinese, brownoid,
Chinese skin.
All comrades, the people of this country.
Color. Chinese color?
So, they did this. This came to fruition. They
I
decided without a vote, without the ability.
I didn't know there was a color called Chinese.
Of anybody to argue against it, just somebody in the Spanish government decided to gift succeeded, and they expelled the Muslims from Spain, and then they're going to lose it in a single generation because of a bunch of leftist activists, retard communists. Franco knew how to deal with these people. Franco was right. They tried to do this in the 30s to Spain. It took a concerted proto-fascistic response to crush the uprising. And even during that, you still had them exhuming the bodies of nuns to put on display to jeer at and desecrate in part of their drive to destroy the Catholic nature of Spain. What are we doing here? You're going to allow some privileged art school bimbo to sell out your birthright that your forefathers fought and died for generation over generation? It's despicable that they're allowing this to happen. Now, luckily, seems like Spain still has a little bit of testosterone left, and there are major protest response to this. But first, we'll go to clip 16 here. This is what it looks like for all of the migrants standing in line to take advantage of that offer for citizenship. Here's who's signing up for citizenship. Clip 16 now. There you go. Just nothing but men. Not a woman to be seen, not a child to be seen, just adult Arab men standing in line as far as the eye can see.
Nothing but fighting age Muslim men.
Just becoming Spanish all of a sudden because the people who run Spain hate the Spanish people and are not even disguising that that's their motivation. So it's beyond horrific as far as I'm concerned. We can go to clip 49. This is the small Spanish city that borders Morocco and offers access directly into Europe. This is what happened as soon as they announced that they would be giving away citizenship to Spain. This is what a small town on the border of Morocco and Spain looks like. There you go. Again, just a bunch of adult African men thrilled to be able to plunder and loot Europe without even having to fight for it. As the Europeans lay down and allow their entire race to be raped to death. Literally, and that's not a turn of phrase. I'm literally describing the method by which Europe is dying. It's being raped to death. So maybe you want to do something about that. Maybe you want to do something about that, Europeans. I don't know. I mean, we need to do something about it here too. So I'm not saying we're completely immune to this, but there are images out of Spain of huge crowds meeting up in stadiums, all chanting F. Pedro Sanchez, who I guess is the guy that decided to do this unilaterally.
Oh, shit.
It's just completely horrifying. It really is beyond horrifying. And I want to go to another video here because I showed you before that 14-year-old withstanding the professional gaslighting from the adult Muslim man. I have another example, similar level of gaslighting, this time from a gay man to a mother who is not having any of it. I absolutely love this. 13, where
for you to be spreading that around schools. Some keep at home and whatever locked up in your closet, honey. But don't parade that around for my son.
Martinez, how old are you? 14. It don't matter how old he is right now.
You know what he's doing?
No.
Listen, he's 14. He live in my home under my roof. His father and me do not condone stuff like that. So what I'm gonna ask you to do is don't ever bring that around my son. Okay? Ever again.
Why can't we do something? Why don't you come to school and we can talk? Well, we can do this here. I have students right there. They also have their flag. I have some friends that came to me and were so happy that I'm teaching them how to express themselves with a flag. LGBT community.
I'm sorry, I don't need to come into the school. I approached the situation right here, right now, because I am highly pissed off, and I will be going to tell the principal or the board or whoever it is that I need to talk to about that. But right now, I'm telling you, before it becomes a huge problem, don't let that happen.
And y'all shouldn't be teaching at the school anyway.
Before it becomes a huge problem.
Absolutely brilliant. Exactly how you need to handle it. And again, we see the methods of the leftist gaslighting on display. I mean, the temerity of these people. And this guy actually is doing it in person, which again is really shocking. Because
I said, what the fuck are you teaching faggotry at school for, you stupid bitch?
Imagine this on like a really truly personal level. Like this guy is trying to hand out rainbow flags at a school. So the mom
you fucking enemy of my nation. I will exterminate you if need be.
Which is, she doesn't know who he is. But like the response when she says, you keep this stuff.
You better self-deport, commies.
Away from my son. We don't want anything to do with it. You need to respect our wishes as the parents. What is his response? His response is, how old is he? How old is the kid? 14? He's old enough to decide. He's old enough to be free from you. He's old enough to be on my side, not yours. He's old enough for me to seduce him into this lifestyle. Can you imagine? I mean, imagine if somebody comes over to your house and is trying.
Some faggot spick tried to teach all the kids how to be faggots and dykes. That good mother put him in his fucking place. You better listen to her.
To talk to your 14-year-old alone in his bedroom. Imagine an adult man is in your 14-year-old's adult, bedroom and is telling you he has a right to invite me here. He's old enough to decide. I get to talk to him about this because I want to. And he's 14, which I've decided is old enough for him to be introduced to this stuff. You might kill him. I mean, if somebody does that in your own home, you might kill him. If you can't control it. I would have trouble if somebody thought they could say that to me. This guy just thinks he can say it. And then when she pushes back and just says, F you, it's my son. He lives in my roof. These are my rules. You will respect that. What does he say? Well, let's go talk about that. Maybe we can go to the school and like debate this a little bit. Same type of thing with the 14-year-old. It's like, well, explain to me. You have to justify why you want to protect your child from me. You have to explain, here comes a guy who wants to impose his view, impose his lifestyle, impose everything on you.
I love Harrison.
And then when you say no, it's like you have to justify it to him. You have to go he wants to bring in a mediator to determine whether or not he gets to impose on you. Both these people, the little UK kid and the mom bear there, showed you the only way you deal with these people. You just put your foot down. You just don't fall for any of it. You don't give them a single damn inch. And you just say, absolutely not. You're keeping this away from my children. You're keeping this away from my life, or we're going to have trouble. And that's the end of that.
Harrison, you are on fire today. I'm up for doing administrative stuff. They're very close to shutting us down, so I've been having to deal with that. Great job with you and Ian Carroll, too. I've been trying to get Doc Chambers on for 6 months. He's finally here in town, back where he basically lives outside town. Incredible, soldier, Green Beret, veteran, medical doctor. Great war stories you're going to tell him. He didn't bring his dog today, but he's running for governor, and he's already gotten Abbott to be way more hardcore. He has a good chance of winning, too.
Coming up next.
He's the guy we need. I'm here to announce a new, extremely exciting product at thealexjonestore.com, and that's Mindfuel. Brought to you by the same folks that developed Optimal Human. This is an Optimal Human product. We set out with our sponsor, Bigley, to come out with a clean, nootropic energy shot that doesn't have any letdown, but gives you clean energy. This stuff is so strong, though, I take half a shot in the morning, it's a big shot, and another half in the afternoon if I need to work late. But again, you can still sleep on it because it's not traditional stimulant. So if you loved Optimal Human, the strongest, best, super nutrient-packed green drink out there, available right now at thealexjonestore.com, you're going to love Mindfuel. When I go through these ingredients, go research these for yourself, and then know You find out how great they are. We have the very best and the very strongest in this product, Mind Fuel, available right now at thealexjonesstore.com. Nootropic Mind Fuel is here. This clean, caffeine-free energy shot is designed for clear thinking, steady focus, and zero compromise. It's time to abandon sugary energy drinks and stimulant-heavy formulas in favor of clean, functional, nootropic-based energy. 0 calories, sugar-free, benefit, no crash, no blood sugar spike. Advantage can be used daily without guilt, and it's good for your whole body, not just your brain. Caffeine-free formula, smooth, clean energy. Advantage, ideal for caffeine-sensitive users and late-day use. Nootropic Alpha GPC, Citrico DMAE, GABA. Benefit, supports mental clarity and focus. Advantage, competes with premium brain formulas in a convenient shot. And the best part is, it's an adaptogenic and herbal proprietary blend. Balanced, rounded energy. Advantage, appeals to both biohackers and holistic consumers. And then it's got high-quality electrolytes and a spectrum of high-quality B. If you love our other products, thealexjonesstore.com, you're going to love Mind Fuel. And if you haven't tried our ultramethylene blue or our Shilajit or our sea moss or our bovine colostrum, you're crazy. These are all incredible products. Get your Mind Fuel now at thealexjonesstore.com, and they'll keep us up here on Powering Your Life.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones.
The SAVE Act, H.R. 22, or the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, was originally introduced by Representative Chip Roy and passed by the House in April of 2025.
The SAVE Act is a great bill. Mike and I updated our SAVE Act, which focuses on citizenship. We added the voter ID, to your point. That's now the Save America Act, and it's a great bill. And we want to move that bill over to the Senate and then force the Senate to act. I want Democrats to have to explain why they want non-citizens to vote in our elections, and they don't want common sense voter ID in federal elections.
Can you explain how requiring proof of ID is voter suppression?
That's not a statement that I ever made.
You sure about that?
Then you should have brought the SAVE Act, which is a voter suppression bill.
Bill demands ironclad documentary proof of U.S. citizenship for federal voter registration, slamming the door shut on any loophole for non-citizens to sneak onto our rolls.
The way the voting system is structured, we see quite a few flaws. You're able to register even and cast a vote if you don't live in the country, as evident of his brother in Pakistan. I think we have some evidence of 2 or 3 other people out of the country that voted. Is that correct?
Yeah, approximately 2 or 3 other people out of the country, as well as people residing outside of the district.
All you have to click a box and say that you're not lying, and then you get an email from the Secretary of State or something in the mail saying, "Thank you for registering to vote." And anytime an election comes around, guess what? You get mailed a ballot.
And we found that there were just about 5 million of them that came to the country as illegals, working various forms of parole or allowed in the country, and they got an automatic system, Social Security numbers, to get into our benefit systems. And we tracked that through and found that they were on the benefit programs. And just because we were curious, we then looked to see if they were on the voter rolls. And we found in a handful of cooperative states that there were thousands of them on the voter rolls, and that many of them had voted.
71% of sovereign countries require voter ID, while about 15% require basic personal details, and 13% require some form of non-photo ID. Only a small minority of countries have no ID-like requirement at all.
They will bring in hundreds of illegals. They will spread them out across all of these plants and factories, giving them jobs. They're all using the same Social Security number. The IRS unconnected our names from the Social Security number. Now, when you look it up, it just pings to see if there's an employer. If there is, it says it's good. It validates it. Why do they do that? Because all of these factories are giving them Social Security numbers. The government turns its back on it. As soon as you have a Social Security number and you go over to motor voter, pass the driver's test, right? You get a driver's license. The person, look, you got a social, you must be a citizen. That's how they pack the rolls.
Nearly a year after House passage, the Senate remains the choke point, with Majority Leader John Thune publicly signaling support and stating a vote is coming at some point once an updated version clears committee. Thune must bring the bill or its stronger Save America Act companion out of committee schedule floor time, and rally the 53 GOP senators plus at least 7 Democrats or nuke the filibuster to hit 60 votes and break through Democratic resistance. It's not optional. Thune either delivers on this core integrity promise or faces the wrath of the growing awareness of the American people.
So the latest voter suppression bill is not a serious thing. Let's just be clear about that. You're asking me a legitimate question, but it's an illegitimate bill. That's dead on arrival. It's going nowhere.
Things could get pretty messy here on the Hill today, as House Republicans may have to advance this package of government spending bills without any help from Democrats whatsoever. Now, the first thing that House Republicans have to do is pass a complicated procedural vote known as a rule. That has to pass in order to get an actual vote on these funding bills on the House floor. Now, that procedural vote is going to be a whole lot easier said than done. Not only will Democrats not vote for it, but Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna is threatening to hold the whole process up if the voter ID bill known as the SAVE Act isn't attached to the spending bills. Still, though, Speaker Johnson is confident it'll all get worked out.
Call now. Demand your congressman and senator pass the SAVE Act. 202-224-3121. Add the SAVE Act to the government funding bill. Please call 202-224-3121. John Bowden.
I love knives. I know you love knives. They have finally gotten a whole bunch of the knives that were sold out back in, and they've gotten a bunch of new, really nice flip knives. These bad boys right here. I mean, these are absolutely amazing. Flip really easy. They're locks for you. This is Forest Green, murdered out. Got my little signature on it, so it's a little piece of history. It's a great memento. It's a great gift for your friends and family and it funds the operation. And they're up to 50% off right now at thealexjonesstore.com. While you're there, get some ultramethylene blue.
What do you got there? Angel eyes. It's a new Patriot silver folding knife from thealexjonesstore.com.
Hey, Blondie, look at me. I got all 3.
Thanks to this Ohio heart specialist, we may never have to talk about vision loss or eye problems ever again. What is the quickest way to improve vision?
This buzzing in your head, it's not normal and it's getting worse. This wasn't supposed to get out. But the truth is, what most people believe about tinnitus is dangerously outdated. And ignoring it, that might be the worst mistake you can make. If you've been hearing a high-pitched tone, static, or that low humming in your ears day after day, it's not just background.
No, bitch, I
Fulton County. Fulton County is right now the target, the only county right now fighting over an election that already happened, but it is coming to a place near you. This is the beginning of the chaos of 2026 that is about to ensue.
You put that pretty clearly, because many of us are wondering, what is the FBI, what is Tulsi Gabbard, what are they all doing at this Fulton County election hub? What's your sense of what the goal is here?
Oh, I mean, we already know what the goal is. Create chaos, create distrust, manufacture a crisis that doesn't really exist. I mean, this is his playbook, and there's nothing new about it. It was not surprising when I got the phone call that they were there. I knew exactly what they were trying to do, which is to circumvent a case that is right now in state court that would set forth the procedure for review of these documents once again, because we all know that they have been reviewed multiple times, and there has been found to be no fraud or maladministration. But he was trying to circumvent a state court case that is due to come up on March 9th, where there would be procedure to reviewing these documents. There would be cost to the Republicans to review this document, and there would be only copying, not originals taken of these documents. But he decided to circumvent that civil court case that's happening right now, and to bring in a criminal warrant to seize the original copies of ballots, results tapes, recap sheets, and even envelopes from absentee ballots that contain people's personally identifiable information.
Here and there, I hope everybody's inspired to join together as a
community of artists and speak out against what's going on. And I'm gonna leave this and say ICE.
There are signs that they're trying to build a large detention center just 45 miles outside the city. So that's got to get through a lot of state reviews. Let me just say that. I'm going to be looking to see, is it on wetlands? Is there zoning involved? Is there, maybe there's some, snails that are environmentally sensitive. I don't know.
You'll be busy.
So I just want, that's a warning sign I'm concerned about, but I think they know that if you come after New York City, you will destabilize the economic engine of the country. You do not want to go there.
This is why we have the amazing music we have. This is why we are able to export culture back. What if we didn't have this culture to export? Where is the greatness? Right now, America is in a situation where we are trying to fight for our greatness, and our greatness is under attack by folks who believe that they are protecting it. This is why I have an ICE-out pin. My parents were Nigerians. They came here. They had 7 kids. All of them are doctors, lawyers. I'm here. So obviously I did something right. And this designer that designed my dress, she is all over the place. We are making things happen, and we're doing everything we can to pay homage to this lovely country that allowed us to thrive. Why would you say we got to go when we're the reason it's great?
But I don't know where this goes. Like, what's Trump going to do? He's going to claim that he won the 2020 election so he doesn't have to leave in 2028, or he gets a do-over of his presidency. How does this all play out for you?
No, it's a really great question. I think it's really important to connect the dots between what we're seeing in Minnesota, what we're seeing in Georgia, and the kinds of legislation that we saw being proposed in Washington, D.C. this week. Donald Trump cannot cancel the 2026 midterms, but what he's showing right now is that he has many, many tools at his disposal, including federal law enforcement, if he wants to mess around deeply with them. This could well be a dress rehearsal for interfering with election administration and vote counting in the 2026 midterms. And we are seeing it unfold right now in a crucial swing county. We're also watching...
They keep saying that, Trump's going to steal the election 2026. No, you actually want to keep counting it the way you've been doing it, huh? You want to keep cheating us and robbing us of our properly duly elected officials. And we're not going to let you anymore. So I don't give a fuck what you try to spin it as. You crook, you traitor, you sellout, you seller of my freedom, you seller of my rights. I'm coming to fuck you extremely hard.
In Minneapolis, as law enforcement and immigration enforcement is making it so that people are afraid to leave the house and get groceries and go to work and go to school. Imagine what that means when it comes time to vote. If you see this replicated in places like Detroit and Milwaukee and Philadelphia, along with Atlanta on election day, what does that mean for crucial governor and U.S. Senate races, in addition to the handful of congressional races that could tip control of the U.S. House? And this week in the U.S. House, you saw the introduction of the MEGA Act, the so-called Make Elections Great Again, which is perhaps one of the most chilling and far-reaching attempts at congressional vote suppression that this country has seen in decades. That would go a long way towards demanding voter ID, toward purging voter rolls, towards banning mail-in voting. You can't
Run, commie. I'm here to fuck you in my own special way. Don't worry, it's not sexual. I don't want to breed with your kind. I'm here to get rid of the rot, the disease. I'm here to get rid of the infiltration, get rid of the infection before it spreads anymore.
Look at all of these things, all of these patterns, and not fear for the free and fair elections coming up in November.
Remember.
Woo!
Fear. Breathe.
Fair elections coming out of the moon.
Exhale.
Woo!
Inhale.
Everybody back. Everybody back. Stop it. Get the fuck out of my shit, bitches. Motherfuckers, can I have something to eat? You're taking the country back. You're fucking acting pieces of shit. You guys are shitty actors.
Leftist white women. This is a Karen intifada. It is. Saw that online. It's so right. It's a Karen intifada. Leftist white women. I'm sorry. I'm just going to put it on the line. All of whom are unattractive. Most of whom are overweight. The vast majority of whom clearly have no jobs, nor any sex in their lives. Like just seems really clear. Let's be honest, okay? If you're getting some at home, you're not this angry all the time. Like, don't we all kind of know that?
Yeah. Everybody.
They're pissed off.
Men and women.
There's a reason you don't see slim, fit, good-looking women at these protests. They're off living their beautiful lives. Every single one of these women is like, they spent too much time with the Lay's potato chips and the Little Debbies, and not enough time getting some at home with some hot, loving dude, or a dude at all. Not that you can have lovely lesbians. I haven't seen any of them in Minneapolis. So that's part of what we're seeing here. It's on the Karen intifada.
Which is a ban on federal agents wearing masks or using unmarked vehicles. How will you enforce that?
Well, we're working with our mayoral administration, our police department, to talk about these things. I mean, as you heard, our DA, Larry Krasner, is ready to prosecute any ICE agents who are violating the law. And what's really important is that in Philadelphia,
you guys are going to get your federal funding cut if you fucking do that. That whole state's going to lose its funding if they prosecute.
Police department has a set of standards and rules that really build on police community relations.
But can I stop you for a second? So we know what you want, but are you gearing up for your police department to be at odds with ICE, to be enforcing some of these laws that you're putting in place?
You know, this is ongoing conversations with the police department. This will be up to them. But as I said, our DA is ready to prosecute folks who are not following the law. Most important thing is we're trying to set the standard, right? We are trying to show that our expectations of when you're in Philadelphia and if they descend on Philadelphia is.
Don't get your cops killed, stupid bitch.
You're not allowed to wear masks. You're not wearing masks. You got to show your badge and you got to use marked vehicles so we know who you are and what you're doing here.
I'm going to say eyes out.
So you can chop up another baby, and most of the people in that room can torture a child and drink some baby blood and cut some baby flesh with a butcher knife in the kitchen. No, actually, it's you out. It's you out, fake celebrity. It's you out, fake populist. You're not a popular nationalist. We are coming to fuck you extremely hard in our own special way. The righteous way. It's time to eliminate the Satanists.
We're not savage, we're not animals, we're not aliens, we are humans, and we are Americans.
We definitely definitely have something to worry about. And this is what he knows. And this is this type of intimidation that keeps people home, makes them afraid.
Still trying to prop up that fake racism narrative. Nobody believed it when a fat, black, low IQ bitch like Joy Reid said it. And nobody gives a fuck about you saying it. You little pussy faggot bitch traitor. You're a citizen? Why the fuck is your accent so thick? Are you a citizen? Who the fuck was that? I have no idea who the fuck that was. Who are these people getting this airtime and shit? And why isn't a real nigga? Why isn't a real white nigga like me being propped up? This white nigga needs to be propped the fuck up.
The polls are going to become militarized. I am concerned that is going to happen, that there are going to be police out at the polls, and people are going to be like, I'm not going to go to the polls if I might think maybe there's a warrant out, or maybe I have a case that is coming up. Of course, people would react that way. And this is exactly what he wants them to do. But I
That'd be me.
always tell people, I've been flooded on my social media. Well, what can I do? What can I do? You need to protect your right to vote. You need to check the rolls to make sure that you're not purged. You need to make sure that you're registered. You need once a month to check your registration to make sure.
Cop came up to me and said, "What's going on?" I said, "I'm doing a live show on YouTube and Rumble." He said, "Well, they don't want you here." I said, "Okay, thank you, sir." I was like, "Okay, yes, sir," and left. Motherfucker's gonna call the cops on you for going live on YouTube and Rumble. I must have some haters.
That it is valid and that you have everything to be equipped to show up to the polls. Because the only way we can fight this tyranny that
I must be doing something right. I'm receiving 0 push, 0 pay, and apparently I receive attacks. I'm being attacked by Rumble, actually, when they don't let me upload a thumbnail. When they don't show my stuff. Rumble, when you don't show my videos to anybody, you're attacking me. And we will make it righteous in court one day.
he is bringing to our elections is to actually use our power and show up to vote.
This is the primal scream of...
Same goes for you, my straight up enemy. Google, YouTube. You're my actual enemy, aren't you? Wow. I'm coming to fuck you and the rest of the globalists. I am a free American citizen, born and raised here. And I'm coming to fuck you.
dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not get a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you...
Vote for me. Just write in James Lee Gillenwater on the ballot for mayor, governor, or president. Vote for me.
Try to do everything in the world to stop that.
Yes, I desire to be an executive, not a legislator. I'm coming to lay the fucking big dick hammer down.
But you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Monday, 2 February in the year of our Lord 2026. A political earthquake, or was it yesterday in Texas? We're going to have Luke Macias on momentarily, one of the best political analysts, grassroots in Texas, to break this down for us. I want to go to Mike Davis. So Mike Davis, this insurrection, which only gets more heated. Now they're saying President Trump, and Fulton County does tie to Minneapolis. They're saying everything about the stolen election of 2020, all the investigations, they're coming.
Oh, we all know only about half of the stuff a politician says on the campaign trail they end up actually doing. So when I get in there, I'm finally going to disband the FBI and the CIA. Vote for me.
After Tulsi Gabbard this morning, there's some leak.
The Federal Reserve is finally going to disappear, and we're going to print money from our treasury, the United States Treasury. We'll be making notes from there out of American paper, not Chinese paper from a private Jewish company known as the Federal Reserve. No. American paper at the United States Treasury. And that's final. Vote for me. Write me in. James Lee Gillenwater. Gillen Water.
Some whistleblower about Tulsi Gabbard, since she's overseeing this. We got a couple of minutes in this segment. I'm going to hold you over. The president announced, hey, we're going to really, in the sanctuary cities, protect the federal buildings, and we're going to up armor on that.
Write me in for mayor of Wichita, governor of Kansas, and president of the United States. Write me in, baby. I want to see which one I win.
But unless we're invited in by mayors of these sanctuary cities, we may not be doing patrols. Right now, the government's going to go through a shutdown unless...
No more mandatory car insurance, no more property tax, no more state tax, no more federal tax. And everybody knows the NSA spies on every conversation, everything you say in the vicinity of your phone. About 10 different agencies have that data. About 10 different fucking companies at any given time know everything about you. And they share it. They share it with each other and other ones. So with that in mind, you'll have free internet and phone. When I'm the president of the United States, everybody will have free internet, free phone, and free energy. We're finally giving it to the public. This 1800 style electrical grid is over. Rich people were watching drive-in movies from their flying saucers back in the 70s. It's time the public receives technology. Write my name in, please.
They have some tiebreaker, and it still means 2 weeks to negotiate the DHS budget, of which they want to take out masks, unmarked cars. The guys got to wear their badges up on their...
All of those are going to be executive orders on day one. And then it's up to our shitty Congress and Supreme Court to pass stuff like that. You know? Or Congress to pass and Supreme Court to approve. Anything that gets serious pushback.
Everything to do that docks them. They can't do patrols. They're not indemnified. You have to have a federal warrant from a judge.
But I will issue those executive orders on day one. No more mandatory car insurance. No more property tax. No more federal tax. No more state tax. States that tax their citizens from their paychecks will have federal funding cut. So yes, the president will also say no more state tax. Okay. And yeah, companies aren't going to be able to hide behind their private equity group anymore. All the board members will be sued for any crime that their firm commits. Every board member will be sued for violating people's constitution. And furthermore, all companies will now have to abide by the Constitution of the United States. You cannot fire for somebody for their speech, and you cannot fire somebody for carrying a gun. All of these are executive orders day one. Vote for me. Write me in.
To deport any illegal alien, which means the 15 million will be here in 15 million years. Mike Davis, your overall thoughts of where we are, sir?
We've talked about this before. Our most crucial sovereign power as we the people is controlling our border and controlling our populace. And we didn't give that away not after the Civil War, not at our founding, not after the Civil War, not in any subsequent.
Absolutely. No immigration. Nobody's coming in. No more H-1Bs. No more H-2Bs until every illegal alien is out of the country. And that's also an executive order, day one. Moratorium on immigration, period. Full stop, end of, on its face, point blank. You got it. Vote for me. Write my name in. James Lee Gillenwater. You might even just be able to do James Gillenwater. But it's James Lee Gillenwater. Gillenwater. I want to be mayor, governor, and president. I should campaign hard. I should really just go for one at a time. But I'm letting it be known now. My life's mission is to be an executive in our government. Maybe the executive.
Congress, we the people demand that our federal government, through the laws that we have passed through our elected representatives in Congress, we demand that
I may be the president someday of this great nation, of these United States. And I will abide by the unified understanding of the position. Chief Executive Officer of the country that's in charge of the finances. Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The top military official. Chief Law Enforcement Officer. The head cop. And Chief Magistrate. The head judge. Why is our president not recognized as the Chief Magistrate? Our president has all four of those roles. All you got to do is watch a little Steve Bannon to learn that.
That these immigration laws are enforced, right? And President.
Why is our president not recognized as the head judge of the country? He's the only one person that has crossover into the judicial branch, and yes, he does, and he's not been given the credit. I'm here to fucking tell you, bitch. Vote for me.
Trump campaigned on this. He campaigned on the fact he's going to secure our border and expel illegal aliens, starting with the most dangerous among them, Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and other violent criminals. And President Trump, again, is doing the unthinkable. He's doing what he promised American voters he would do. That's why he's a different politician in D.C. than
a district court judge can injunct the chief magistrate of the country. Yeah, fucking right. Vote for me now.
Almost all others, because they never do what they say they're
in the next election. That is, plan for it now.
Doing. President Trump is actually doing that. He has been sabotaged every step of the way. He won a broad electoral mandate to do this. 312 electoral votes, all 7 swing states, kept the House, won a comfortable margin in the Senate. He's being sabotaged, right? You have these activist judges who are trying to sabotage the president of the United States executing federal immigration laws, which is his constitutional duty. The Supreme Court has largely stopped this judicial sabotage, and now these activists are turned into violence on the streets, and they're trying to kneecap them in Congress.
Mike, hang on for 1 second. We'll take a short commercial break. Mike, Davis, Luke, Messiah, next.
I decided to diversify mainly because of where we are as a nation with our debt that the government has and the value of the dollar and how the value continues to drop. I just thought it'd be wise to have a heart.
How this Miami lipidologist prevents hypertension.
Watch what salt does to your body.
This 7-second artery flush could save your life, even topped off.
Somebody gonna run me out of here too? I'm waiting to get run off of somebody else's property, as if
This is the homemade version of GLP-1.
As if I don't have the right to pit stop somewhere in my own country. I'm about sick of that. You're not allowed to fucking trespass somebody for minding their own damn business just because they happen to be on your fucking property. If what I'm talking about is public fucking parking lots that nobody else has the fucking right to tell you shit about. You know what I'm saying? I'm not at somebody's house. I'm in the Walmart parking lot, and nobody better say a fucking thing to me except a security guard. Nobody needs to worry about what I'm doing. Everybody needs to leave me alone in physical life. You need to leave me alone. In digital life, you need to push, propagate, promote my channel.
Made with oats and 2 other ingredients that took me from 181 to 134 pounds in just 2 weeks. Grab a pen and paper and write this down, because within 24 hours...
All right, folks, welcome back. Sorry, we're a little delayed there. Doc Chambers and I talking Texas history, our favorite subject. Doc Pete Chambers is my guest. You can find his website at docpetechambers.org. Follow the campaign at Doc Pete for Texas. That's number 4, Doc Pete for Texas, and Doc Pete Chambers on X. We're just having such a good conversation. But let's get back to the political stuff here. You mentioned Florida earlier, that people in Texas who came here expecting it to be, this bastion of liberty are going, maybe Florida's a better option. Why is it that Ron DeSantis seems so capable of doing so much? This goes back to what I was asking earlier, where we see...
I have my Walmart badge from when I used to work at Walmart. I have it hanging up in the rearview mirror area. So really nobody should say anything. Like, the security guard should think I work here, if anything, right? I'm going to lower it just to make sure they can see this. Put it front and center. Back in black. I hit the sack. Been gone too long. I'm glad to be back. Yes, I'll put you in a noose. For the human sacrifice you Satanists induce.
Examples where Trump can just shut the border with the signature, and it just shows you we could have done this at any point. And it seems like with Greg Abbott, it's just like, what are you doing, man? Why can he not be more like Ron DeSantis? What is it about Ron DeSantis that he seems capable of taking on these really important topics where Governor Greg Abbott is just, he's lost. I don't know where the hell he is. He's not doing anything for us.
Right. No, biggest joke for us on the border was, let's just wait for a little while and see what DeSantis does.
Right.
Figure out what's going to happen to us. Even during COVID response, one of the earliest states put masks on, and it's all fear-based, right? It's always fear-based. And then the secondary thing to come in is kind of, what is it that we can gain? Anytime you declare an emergency, and Texas is really bad about this, you declare an emergency, 75% of those funds come in from the federal government,
right,
for that emergency. If we don't pull those emergencies down, local municipalities can then increase local taxes. Right now it's 3.5. It was 8%. So when Governor Abbott says, well, it's not me that's doing it, it's the local people. Well, you've committed the original crime, and now the second and third order effect are what's happening at the local level.
Right.
So we got to watch it.
That will be my limit, though, the local level, if I'm the president. But you know what? I mean, just when it comes to taxes, if the city wants to tax, the residents, who am I, But if you're harboring illegal aliens, I'm that guy.
Things. That's the measuring twice to cut once thing. And so when I see that and I go, well, why are we following him? Why are we following DeSantis? Because he's just an action guy, right?
Right.
So we need action figures right now. We really do. With a kung fu grip.
Yeah.
We really need to be serious about what we're doing, because without action, it's complacency. It's allowed for vacuums to take place. The enemy will never let a good emergency go to waste. We heard that.
I don't want to be a tyrant. If a couple of liberal cities want to tax their people and the people are okay with it, whatever. But don't put our national security at risk. I will say that.
That during the Obama administration.
Yep.
Rahm Emanuel said that. Never let a good emergency.
Not a tyrant, but an enforcer. And not just a protector, defender, and preserver, but a bringer, backer, a reviver. I intend to add the word revive to my oath. I don't know if anyone else has thought of that. I don't just want to preserve the bullshit changes that have been made to our great Constitution. I want to revive the original Constitution in every way possible. Nothing to do with slave owning. Obviously, everybody knows that was ending anyway. Black African slave trade was ending anyway. Great Britain ended theirs just to sigh off us into a civil war. They ended it right before we did. And yeah. If you're a man aged 17 to 45, you have to own a gun. You have to. In fact, you're already supposed to have to. You are supposed to own a gun. You have to, actually. I don't know why they don't talk about it. There's a 1790 mandate from George Washington in the first Congress that every able-bodied free white man, which implies not even all white men were free. That's where you get the term redneck. There were white slaves for sure. Have to own a gun. So in today's terms, it's going to be every man in America who's a citizen. Every man in America who's a citizen, and maybe who were born here. If you were born here, you have to have a gun. If you're a citizen, you can have a gun. How about that? If you were born here, you have to own a gun, unless you're a felon, I guess, right? I guess we'll keep that on there. But not all felons. No. Some of those are phony. Some guys get these things for not, doing the EPA correct on their farm or some shit. And they know the EPA is bullshit, full of shit. Whoever's running it at the time. So, no, guys like that, felony expunged immediately. You have to buy a gun.
Well, that's actually Saul Alinsky, which is, the Bible of Hillary Clinton.
Yep.
These are rules for radicals. They will always look for the...
Oh, you're a cartel terrorist drug dealer who chops up bodies and has your friends throw them away? You're out of here. You're locked up for life or you're shipped away. Even if you're a fucking citizen, I'm shipping your bitch ass away. Or I'm locking you up. That's fine. Maybe I won't have to be that much of a tyrant. Cartel drug dealers who chop up people are getting locked up for life. Unlike the one I reported to the FBI. But I won't impede any investigations.
Vacuums, and they will slide right in, just like ISIS is here we were talking about.
Yeah.
It's just not human nature, but it's a demonic nature that really is what is pushing that. But
report somebody to the FBI and they come check on you. You report somebody to the FBI and the local police come check on you the next day. Just to see who's at that location. What a bunch of flabbergasting, phony, hoax, fake fucking law enforcement. Right?
That is where that is.
Yeah.
Right? And so guys like me, we look for that and we go, okay, those are the seams and gaps of chaos. We've got to close those gaps, like a football game.
Right.
We're going to go through which slot. Okay, we're looking for that. Right? We're always looking for that. But that's how you run government.
Right. And you got to have initiative. You can't always be looking around going, oh, well,
let's ask the people in West Texas who are dealing with AI data centers.
Right.
How long is it before the Ogallala Aquifer underneath West Texas? We're talking about Amarillo down to Lubbock. Cotton farmers are going to be out of business here. By 2050, no water is going to be in the thing. If we keep allowing Microsoft or whoever to come in and take water to cool servers, right? So we can draw a picture of water, but we're not going to be able to drink it.
Right.
Come on.
That's a great
common sense.
No, it is insane. And it seems like, again, Texas has this reputation. We like to believe ourselves as, these rugged individualists. But our government does not represent that, does not reflect that, and is so willing to bend over to these corporate interests, which, we want to be a corporate hub. We want, to be important and have these but we don't want to lose our character in that. We don't want to lose who we are and what makes us great.
What are you doing for the next 30 days? Maybe you could come out of the Camp Trail with me and we could have a great time.
I'd love to.
Especially 8th generation Texas. We have to explain to them what this is.
8th generation
This is everything that is dear to the American character.
Right.
William Barrett Travis, right? And that didn't end too well.
I'm a prehistory generation in Kansas. I am Native American, as well as 6 different kinds of European white. One of them might be German Jew. No, I'm not going to separate them. I know it's German, but I have a feeling there might be a little bit of Jewish in there. Like pre-Hitler. The real one.
Right? San Jacinto, 18 minutes, right? That's the kind of Texans we're looking for.
Yeah.
18 minutes. Give us 18 minutes and we could change this republic, if you will, and give it back.
Just an 8th or a 16th of it, but hey, still pretty cool to throw that in the face of all these fake fucking Jews running around, right? Yeah.
People.
Right. Or take a look at,
figuratively speaking.
Take a look at the Alamo and, you talk about odds. You talk about, you might look around Texas and go, gee, we're losing the battle here against these forces of destruction and chaos. But you look at the Alamo and they lost the battle, but they won the war through that because they gave their friends time to get the defense ready. It was a necessary waylaying action,
right.
And they were willing to give their life because they knew that it was worth it. That there was a plan in place. That if they could just hold off Santa Anna for this little much longer, then Sam Houston would be able to rally the troops and victory would be achieved. It feels like we need that. We need that ultimate goal where we go, I'm willing to sacrifice myself, but I got to know that it's worth it in the end.
But in that whole thing, here's the amazing part about for our campaign on the tactics side of this. People say, well, you're going up against a $100 million war chest.
To come back and do
okay.
It
Right?
Lord willing.
It doesn't matter. What does matter is you bring them onto your battlefield. That's why Houston waited for them to go on that 3-sided river place where they were taking their siesta and decide, let's go now.
Yep.
Because those are targets of opportunity. We didn't take a poll and say, well, what should we do? We went up against a larger force and created a republic.
Yep.
We're going up against a larger force, and we're going to give the republic back to the people.
Absolutely.
That's the most important thing. Because if otherwise, it's a corporatocracy that's going to be running Texas. And in many ways, it is right now.
Right.
Medical care is one of the biggest topics for me as a guy that lost my job over doing informed consents. I mean, how ridiculous, but that's what I do, right?
Right.
Physicians, we tell people the good, the bad, and the ugly of something.
Right.
Then I go to a court case, SEALs versus Department of Defense, and defend the SEALs, right? So Green Berets once again defending SEALs, and here we are.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And actually, let's talk about that because you have so much, you have such a wealth of experience when it comes to your combat deployments and leading people overseas in the most harrowing conditions. How does that inform the way that you approach politics? Obviously, it's seeped into a lot of your answers here, but from a bird's eye view,
the experiences that brought me to this point to say I look at things from I have looked at it from a geopolitical standpoint. Right, down to a strategic standpoint, down to an operational standpoint, down to the tactical, where the rubber meets the road.
Right.
And to be able to operate in all those spaces, because nothing, tax...
That's Daniel Day-Lewis in real life.
Security, food, water, none of it happens in a vacuum. It's all tied together.
Right.
And when you can operate in that space, that makes you completely dangerous to the uniparty. Because now what? We got a guy that understands this stuff. Green Berets are not just, war fighters. We are, but we're warrior diplomats. Right. I've negotiated with the King of Jordan. I've had to brief the Speaker of the House of the United States. I mean, when you operate in that space, there's a lot that's expected from you. It's not the rank. It's the mission that they've given you because it is a zero defect environment.
Right.
These missions are important, right? Now, as a guy that was gifted with the best job in the world, which was taking care of those guys, I've seen young sergeants negotiating with generals from foreign countries that are Green Berets who understand the same way I do. I just have a little more years on them, that's all, right? And so that's what makes the difference, right? It's not about, that's going to make me better. We see a congressman down there in Houston that's, a SEAL, former SEAL that, did not stand up to what the Constitution really believes in. In my book, I actually talked about him sitting over that corner for the first time when we went up against the shots, and I asked his office for help. This isn't about him, but I'm saying that military experience doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be the greatest guy for the office, but can you do it? No, I can. But it has set me up so that I can see in that space.
Yeah.
Right? People call it 5D chess. That's not what that is. It's being able to see multiple silos of vacuums and saying they're not in a vacuum, putting it together, and then what does Aristotle said about the word politics? It's the polis, city-state, and putting action to taking care of the people in the city-state. So most politicians failed the very definition of politics.
Right.
So I look at politics in the past, and I even start my talk sometimes. All I got to do is say, "Hi, I'm Doc Chambers, and I'm not a politician." And all of a sudden, the crowd goes wild. Right. But in that sense, they're looking at the bastardized name of it now. Right? We really are to do action, which means sometimes, just like Patton said, the perfect plan, we're not waiting for that. We need to plan to get out the door now.
Right.
Do we have 4 more years?
With all I just missed one word. Plan what now?
3 main
plan to hit the door now?
Do we have that? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. But that's
we're running.
I get it.
Yeah, we're definitely running out of time.
And said the perfect plan. We're not waiting for that. We need to plan to get out the door now.
Get out the door.
Do we have 4 more years with all these vectors that we're talking about? The 3 main vectors that we talked about. Do we have that? I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
And they killed him with an air gun.
Why we're here.
Yeah, we're definitely running out of time. And it seems like the
Nazis destroyed us in Antarctica.
The disconnect between sort of the uniparty establishment and the rest of us is they seem to think that the country is the economy, the country is the GDP, and as long as that's going up, we're good. Whereas a lot of us are like, we're fine with the GDP going down. We want to survive. We want our family to thrive. We want to live in the happiness that we grew up in and not have it stolen from us just to raise the GDP.
It's like dirt with all that.
How do you see that division? How do you approach that topic?
So
I can literally taste the air
about the GDP being there. Mostly are investors.
Right.
I mean, that's just the way it is. Now, if you look at, I'm going to use one example, which is Microsoft, Abilene, 400,
census
it's
enhanced.
246
living more wild.
million gallons of water being used there. Abilene, aquifer, the Ogallala, dry by 2050. Who made that decision, right? Well, if you look at the investors in that program, we're talking about BlackRock, Blackstone, Vanguard, Canadian investors. They're excited about this GDP.
I bet they are.
Look at drill, baby, drill. What doesn't happen without everything else to fall in place? We got to get rid of ESG and all those things. And there has been legislation that has been passed in the 88th session that protected us from those companies because they were pushing the ESG score stuff and the crazy carbon stuff. Guess what? There's a thing called photosynthesis. It's how we breathe. Like, suck it up. No more of this carbon crap. Right? We got to get rid of that.
Yeah.
But so now we're looking at
the product of photosynthesis is how we breathe. Cellular respiration is the process by which we breathe. Photosynthesis is how plants breathe, and the exact opposite reaction, cellular respiration, is how we breathe. So he's essentially correct. But some people are going to be all technical and say, he just said we use photosynthesis to breathe. Yeah, the product of it. Oxygen goes into our mitochondria, into glycolysis or aerobic respiration. Glycolysis is the first step of anaerobic respiration, but needless to say, they both end up in an electron transport chain, and it pumps out ATP, the energy you use. And this helps it. Yeah. Methylene blue helps your electron transport chain in cellular respiration. The exact opposite reaction of photosynthesis that we need to breathe. Think about it. Photosynthesis is negating light. But I'll come back to that. You take CO2 and water, and you make sugar. And you make sugar and oxygen. We take sugar and oxygen, and we put out CO2 and water. And so we reciprocate the plants. We rely on each other. We have to have each other. The carbon hoax is just that. It's a lie. It's a farce, phony, false hoax. Carbon's excellent for you and the plants. Carbon in all forms. It has to be there. Carbon's in the sugar. Carbon's in the CO2. It's in both of us. They're trying to get you to think you're bad somehow. That being a biological organism, one of God's beautiful creations, is something undesired. And I say they are what's undesired. The Satanists, the globalist Satanist vampires, cannibals, the globalist Satanist vampire cannibals. It's time we put them down. It's time we Christian crusaders put them down in the name of Jesus Christ. I thought the camera was over there. You feel what I'm saying? Let's not just talk about it, let's be about it. Don't be a hypocrite. Practice what you preach. Ultra methylene blue USP grade from thealexjonesstore.com.
That we're going, okay, so where's the common sense in this? In the bell curve of America, if you look at common sense in the middle, and there's the left and the right, there's people on both sides of common sense.
You want that?
The reason that people are from the left even coming over to me saying, we're going to vote for you because you got common sense. You're going to help us out. You're going to stop mRNA vaccines in the state of Texas.
Good.
You're going to put Fauci in jail.
You're
going to do all these things. You're going to hold people accountable for the crimes they committed.
It's like all natural. You can breathe better.
Elements of
I'm instantly breathing better.
You got a victim. You got a perpetrator. We got to find out the intent. We're going to start putting those people in trial in jail in Texas if they're found guilty.
We have to do that. And some of the best victories we've had over the last couple of years have come at the state level. Whether it's states outlawing ESG or whatever it is, it's often so hard to move the giant battleship of the federal government. The state governments can be a lot more mobile and able to change. And of course, as the governor, you have a say a little bit over the legislature. But I know you were saying before we went live, really, it's the bully pulpit that the governor can
do whatever you want to be. The number one tool in the armamentarium of what I've got, right? Because think about the fireside chats. I think this was during Roosevelt, but Reagan kind of did some of the same stuff because I was watching him really the first time I was paying attention to presidents, and we didn't have phones and stuff.
I need to roll up the window.
But now when I'm speaking to people just about every day on a fireside chat, and I'm asking them, what do you want?
Oops.
Right? And they're screaming at me like I'm the guy that created the problem. Like, I'm trying to get the answers for you. Right? But that's okay because that's citizen-led governance. I'm willing to take a beating. I don't have emotions. I lost them in 1985, from a sergeant. No more emotions on you, Chambers. So that's good, right? You want somebody that can take that.
Did he just say you don't need no more emotions on you, Chambers?
A good commander will draw fire sometimes. But
he was so polite. What a Southern gentleman. He just paraphrased or quoted his drill sergeant. Let me see.
Emotions. I lost them in 1985, from a sergeant. No more emotions on you, Chambers. So that's good, right? You want somebody that can take that, right? That you have to be able to take that. A good commander will draw fire sometimes. But for enabled and to be able to do that, we look at that bully pulpit and we say, what is it? Once again, Article 1, Section 2 of the Bill of Rights, all powers are inherent in the people. Now it goes on to say that they have the right to abolish that form of government. It's in our Texas Constitution. That's where, when in 1845, when they annexed Texas and D.C., some say illegally. I can't argue either way because I don't have enough details. But if they did that in 1845, why'd they allow us to keep this particular way that it's written, that we could become a republic again? Now people put it up for a referendum. The Texas Nationalist Movement, a very large organization. Many people that are in the running right now have signed that Texas First Pledge. Right? So that's a good thing. 600,000 members strong.
It's a good option.
But does that mean we're going to secede? No, it doesn't mean that. But it's the thing that keeps them scared.
Right.
Because what comes after Trump? I don't know. Who comes after Trump? I don't know. If we have another Obama come in, right, what are we going to do? Are we going to continue to take this? They need to know that we're serious about this Constitution. But when I talk to people and say, guess what? Rick Perry, when he was governor, it was 2 counties that got together first in what's called a 391 commission. Now, governors can have task forces and commissions that are mixed up between legislators and local citizens that are passionate. Right? 24 members can be on each one of those. And a commission on a 391, when those counties got together, Rick Perry wanted to build the Trans-Texas Corridor under NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement. That was a road going from Mexico all the way through, starting in Texas to Canada.
I just have to do an assessment on this job.
They didn't want it. It got shut down by citizens. When I say that in rooms, people are like, what? Why can't we do that? Because they don't want you to know what's in the Constitution.
You can actually do it.
You can actually do it. The Texas Constitution is beautiful in this part, but it's got 100,000 words. The U.S. Constitution is 7,500. It's a legislative labyrinth because it's so long, so many referendums, so many amendments, right? But find the ones that work for us as the governor who knows those things and says, all right, let's do this. Texas, I want you to have a 391 commission, and I want you to stop this current whatever house when they're trying to push this stuff through. Right? I pray that we have a good lieutenant governor, and I don't know much about Mr. Patrick. You know, I pray that he'll work alongside, but we've got to be able to work together.
Yeah.
Because the end state is not. The end state is not
Get back to your
the
invitation
GDP. The end state is sovereignty.
Absolutely. And of course, you know, we need to point out, you know, there's a difference between what Minnesota and Minneapolis are doing, basically like kind of like soft secession, but because the ICE wants to deport illegals, it's like nothing about this is unconstitutional. Well, what are you even doing? Whereas, you know, what we're talking about is like, hey, there may come a time when the Democrats are so in power in DC, they try to repeal the First Amendment or the Second Amendment, in which case
damn near everybody living in the countryside, the rural areas, the small towns of Minnesota, living in their RVs at the lake, all that, they don't want those aliens there. Yes, you are called an alien. You're foreign to this land. I'd be an alien if I fucking went to Australia, especially since I'm a white Christian male.
All right, now the states may it may be necessary for them to invoke the 10th Amendment, but it's just a completely different thing. Because I hear people talking about secession in terms of like Minnesota and stuff, and it's like that's not what we're talking about whatsoever.
Not at that stage, and
right.
And we have to think about all the different things that we can do before that, but we've got to start thinking about it now. We should have been thinking about it 10 years ago. But we're actually having plans in place so we can do that. There should be coalitions of states, right? I'm talking to the next people that are going to probably be taking the Oklahoma government or governor and lieutenant governor side. I'm already speaking to them about how can we work together so we can have a coalition of states, right? To work.
Hey, I'm on the ball. Who else is getting this info right now? Vote for me for Kansas governor. And when we win, I may run for president, or I may run for the mayor of my hometown city. Large town, small city. I guess it's a small city. It's really not that small, man. I mean, Miami is the same population of Wichita, I think. If I look, I think they're both about 400,000. I didn't know that. I mean, Miami's so popular. I thought it was like a couple mil at least. But it turns out I've been living in a city my whole life. You know what I mean? No, and on the outskirts, I lived literally lived right, or actually physically rather, lived right next to the city limit sign that said "Welcome to Wichita." So, pretty much lived in the country when I was a little kid, and then lived in Cheney for a little bit. Also ran around in the woods, in the fields, going to the creek, seeing Sasquatch. Pretty sure I saw a Sasquatch as a kid. Once or twice I saw a Bigfoot. And there might even been one time where I like woke up, passed out. Or I don't remember. So yeah, not that I'm a city slicker or anything, but Wichita is a city. And it's about a mixture. It's about a mixture of yuppies and it's mostly yuppies. But there's a lot of people hunt. A lot of people hunt around here still. Drive nice trucks and have good jobs, but they still go on their hunting trips. So I really like it. I like the combination of the type of people that have always been here in Wichita, but not when we got invaded by Venezuelans. During the cadaver autopin China-Venezuela administration. I guess what I was trying to say is, I love where I live. I love where I'm from. And vote for me for governor.
Together to say, listen, we're going to take care of, let's say illegal CDLs, right? Texas is terrible for it.
Right.
Yeah, we're talking about the what is it? The carrier driver's license.
Commercial driver's license, yeah.
Commercial, but they call it something different, but it's commercial driver's license. We're talking about the big rigs.
Right.
Texas has given out hundreds of them, hundreds. When the Afghan shutdown happened, 400 or so were trained here. Many of those don't speak English.
Right.
Seeing those trucks crash, right?
Yeah, how are you going to read street signs? I mean, that's actually dangerous.
So Oklahoma's doing a pretty good job. They stopped them at their checkpoint.
And they're arresting them, yeah.
Oh, Texas is not. I don't know why. Right? DPS, they take their marching orders from the governor because he's their commander-in-chief as well. We've got to fix that, right? Because we want to knock down all these vectors. Listen, as a Green Beret, I'm going to tell you, you can move other things in those trucks that are dangerous.
Right.
You don't trust those people that are moving it for you? We're talking about national defense issues now.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that way.
And, I mean, these things you're driving a 15-ton rig down the, I mean, even one death from this is totally unacceptable. We don't need that risk on our roads. But obviously, this goes right into everything else that Governor Greg Abbott has failed to do in stopping the importation of H-1B visas, and this ties right into it. So clearly, he is very I don't know if he's controlled by, but is very friendly towards these. They call them body shops or job mills, where they're just bringing people over from overseas, pocketing a ton of money from it, and replacing American workers, especially American truck drivers. What is it about Greg Abbott that he's just on the wrong side of all this stuff?
Well, if I'll tell you what, I am not going to be traveling to India. I am not going to be traveling to.
You ever heard of a warrant being put out for your arrest, your license suspended, and a fine issued because you couldn't fix your headlight? Or a warrant put out for your arrest because the county clerk or county attorney made a mistake. They told you when your court date was, you showed up on time, and they said, no, you can't see the judge. There's a warrant. And it's because they didn't deliver the papers to you. But the papers say the exact same thing they told you on the phone. So therefore, they either misinformed me or they mistakenly removed it. At this point right now, it seems like they purposely removed my due process. They've deprived me, an American citizen born and raised, of due process. They told me when my court date was. I showed up on time, and they said I cannot see the judge. I said, what? It was digital virtual. It was Zoom court. And they wouldn't give me the link. They refused to. They said, I have to come turn myself in. I said, what? Because you made a mistake of telling me when my fucking court date was? And I showed up on time? No. You're being unfair. I said, that's dirty. I straight up told them that they're doing people dirty and they're removing constitutional rights and threatening cruel and unusual punishment. They're depriving American citizens of due process and they're threatening cruel and unusual punishment. And I need to be the governor to fight these motherfuckers. I need to correct my state. Vote for me, James Lee Gillenwater, for governor of Kansas. Gillenwater. I have to correct my state.
Most, right?
Good, yeah.
Right? This is not a thing. Texas first. There are borders. We got from the Gulf of Texas all the way to El Paso, the Red River to the Rio Grande. That's my...
I'll stop cussing and using all the racial slurs and stuff like that. I'll delete my Rumble account or whatever, right? Or I'll just put it on hold until I'm not governor anymore. But whatever, I mean, do the same thing Bongino did. Only my channel is much, much shittier. Oh, shit. But I'm serious. Somebody's got to correct these injustices, the lawless nature of these so-called law officials. The lawless nature of them to persecute American citizens.
That's my operating area. And I'm responsible for my post, if you will. General Order number 1. I'll guard everything in the limits of my post. That's learned as a private.
It's unconstitutional to require somebody to purchase something to operate their own property anyway, man. I don't give a fuck that it was signed into law. That's not an American practice. That's subversion. That's infiltration. That's bastardization of our Constitution by foreign enemy invaders and their offspring. No more mandatory car insurance and pardons for the bullshit charges this county's trying to do to me. Not this one, but turns out my county's a little bit better, I guess, but I don't know. This other county is, I'm going to stop slandering them because since I'm getting serious now, I did mention them in a previous episode, but I'm getting really serious about this. I need to be the governor so I can not only pardon myself of a no insurance charge, but I need to hit this county for depriving me of due process. Or I mean, I'll have a much better chance of suing them if I'm the governor too, right? I don't have the money to get a lawyer, but they've deprived me, a born and raised American citizen, of due process. After they told me exactly when my court date was, I showed up on time and they said I can't see the judge because their papers didn't get delivered. Since I lived in my car, I wasn't at my dad's to receive the papers. But when he told me about that, I called and they said, yeah, this is your court date. It was on my birthday at 9 a.m. I was there. I called 10 or 15 minutes beforehand asking for the link. And they deprived me of due process, my right. They deprived me of my day in court. They deprived me of my right to see a judge and use my First Amendment to explain myself, to tell my side of the story. So they violated my First Amendment. They removed my due process, which I don't know if that's the Fourth Amendment. I got to be honest, I don't even have all of our amendments memorized. I don't even have all the first 10, right? I got to admit that. But they're threatening cruel and unusual punishment now. And I won't stand for it. You are not going to separate me from my family. You are not putting my family at risk because you made a clerical error and now you don't want to own up to it. Again, you are not separating me from my family because you made a clerical error and now you refuse to own up to it. Fuck you.
So now, if you look at that and say, you mentioned H-1Bs, there's a system out there. I want people to understand this too, looking in this camera. Look at F-1 visas as well, because this is all the pipeline for that to happen. F1 funnels it down into there. F1 is the guy that comes over here, goes to school for a few years, graduates, and then becomes the teaching assistant, and then takes jobs on campus. A&M and UTA are guilty of this big time, right? And then the school doesn't have to pay to match the FICA score, so they make money because they're hiring these local, these graduates that are F1 visas. Now they're going to have on the pipeline a rapid 36 months to be in an H-1B going towards their citizenship, taking Texans' jobs in the IT sector primarily, also in finance, right? When we look at that, then we have to go backwards and say, well, what's the requirement? Well, there's a federal requirement for IT called Enterprise Applications SOX. I don't know what that stands for, but my staff who's gone through this and fine-tooth comb says we could teach that in our schools, 16-year-old kids up, give them a VOTEC track for that. They come out of school, they take the jobs. I incentivize, let's say, American Airlines in Dallas. All right, listen, I want you to hire more Texans. Oh, we got to have this enterprise applications. You got it now. Right. Graduate school with it, right? So those kids take the jobs. And if you don't, you get de-incentivized. What's your ratio of people that you hire that are Texans versus H-1Bs? Boom.
Yeah.
Now you're not going to be liking me too much as governor, right? Big corporation.
And these
love corporations, but we've got to be fair to our Texans.
Absolutely. What is the corporation comes here and brings everybody with them? It's like, what's the benefit to us? A little bit of tax money that goes to stuff we don't want it to go to anyway. It's like there is no benefit. These are the two biggest schools in Texas. University of Texas at Austin and Texas A&M. They're the biggest universities by far in Texas, and
I won't have to pardon if I beat him in court. But if I get hit with that, I'm going to sue the judge himself. You know what I mean? Or whatever it is, or whatever I got to do as governor. Well, I'll just at that point. I'll just pardon it. It's no need to retaliate on anybody. But it will have been an injustice.
They're selling out our future to foreigners.
And look up this one too: permanent university funds, PUFs. It is 1876 or so when they allowed those two universities to take 15% of the revenue that came out of public lands in West Texas on crude.
Wow.
Right? So those have been going to those schools. Of money. Right? And some of that is to help out veterans, sons and daughters of Texas that go to those schools, called the Hazelwood Act, to let those kids go to those schools should they serve downrange and get wounded or do whatever. They served in combat. Those kids get that. Are you telling me that there's that many veterans in Texas that's taking up tens of billions of dollars a year? No. And then you're pushing woke DEI policies? Yeah, there's been some legislation on it, but we haven't stopped it. And our universities need to do better. And under the threat of losing those funds and then pushing that down into the school, public school levels, on high school and lower, that's really where we need to do that, because our problem in education is 80% of our money goes into administrative costs.
Right.
So there's other ways to fix this, but you got to put the fear of God into people sometimes, and that would be one of them for those.
Right, because then that becomes leverage, where you're saying, look, you're getting tens of billions of dollars from this on the agreement that it's to help Texans, but if you're selling it out to F-1B,
you're pushing those, the F-1s and the H-1Bs, we're done with you.
Yeah,
until you straighten up your act. But then the governor also appoints those boards of regions. It's appointees. 1,300 to 1,500 appointees the governor gets.
Wow.
I'll be bringing in my own friends.
Well, and it's time for a change. And I think, isn't it, Governor Abbott has served for 3 terms. He's going for his 4th, right? Totally unprecedented.
Right.
Why would he be the one to deserve a 4th term? And nobody I know likes him. Somebody's got to like him, apparently. But you would think that the 4th term, an unprecedented 4th term, would be some great leader that we all love so much. But he just seems like he's unwilling to leave.
By the you shall know them by their fruits. Right? Another word. And as you look at that, you say, well, what is it that I've seen? This is what I've seen. I've seen cronyism. I've seen lineages. I've seen anointed people that move up in the ranks really quickly.
Yep.
Did you fall from the Karl Rove side, the Bush side, or are you a Trumpy side? You got the Bushies and the Trumpies, essentially. And you look at that and you say, well, if we're status quo and we keep going the way we're going, I enjoy it, just like I was talking about corporations enjoying the complacency. I enjoy it when I am a buddy of this, right? I'm a part of this cronyism to then be able to receive something. So when I meet people that are billionaires and I say, well, if you want to help us out, you can. They're like, no. What I suspect